Dawn. It's great to be back in this game after having been away for a couple of weeks now because Steel Dawn landed early last week and it took up one of our streaming days for Horizon Zero Dawn, so I had to cancel it and replace it with Steel Dawn. But here we are, back in Horizon Zero Dawn. We're going to pick up right where we left off. I believe we were about to explore a pre-war facility, or a pre-apocalypse facility. I think I know where we were, but I'm gonna have to hop in to be reminded. All right, let's get the chat up here. Let's see. Usually they have me there we go. We're on Facebook. I think I know where. Good to see Simp Hunter in the chat today, and Wade and Bass. Let's see if we're up on YouTube. And we should be. They've been getting better about this. And we're up on YouTube. Fantastic. Let's pop that chat out there. Now, great news. I finally finished my Vault 94 lore video. It clocked in at over an hour and 40 minutes long. It was an absolute beast. But I got it done last night. And it is scheduled and ready to go for the weekend. So I am going to be working for the rest of the weekend, or I'm sorry, the rest of the week on a new lore video that I hope to get done before Cyberpunk 2077 launches in next week, right? So we're going to be covering Cyberpunk 2077 when it does, and I want to get hopefully 2 more lore videos done before that happens. Good to see all of the regulars and members in the chat today. Jocelyn Ryan, Slatty Bartfast, Claire Bear, Tony J, Gertie the Grump, Jessica Sharp, Michael Mosky, Von de Bergen, Nicole Young, Sarge Games, Don Quainton, Courtney Zayas, Nick Skinner, Mr. Truth, Morton Vithner, Sean Fornango, Julian Z with the gold derby, Gemma with another gold derby. Those gold derbies are looking good. Ethan H, Quintius, Jan C, Don Quainton, and we got some super chats already. Blake G says, Captain Crew Report, Nyoka is drunk. Surprise. Surprise indeed. Nyoka is always drunk. Incidentally, same voice actress as that of Meg from The Crater. Wastelanders update for Fallout 76. Matt Rowland says, Ox, you're getting ready to start the best quest in the game, in my opinion. Lore galore. I have to get back to work, but I'll catch the replay. All right, Matt, we'll have a wonderful day at work. Thanks for stopping by to say hi while you're at work today. Lots more in the Facebook chat today. Bass, Street, and Rachel, and Shanae, and Sean, and Graham, and Helen, and Cheyenne. All right, we're ready to go. Let's pick up where we were. My coffee is hot and warm. Just the way I like it.
I very much doubt it.
Okay, now somebody. All right. I remember where we are now. There's that. We're here in enemy territory. This is Dark Karja territory, and we're here because we discovered that the pre-war facility where Horizon Zero Dawn was researched or planned or whatever was here, that they built the Dark Karja Empire on top of that facility. So we found the entrance way over there, but while we were listening to the Dark Karja talk, somebody came up to us and told us that about a side quest, and then someone in the chat told me that this side quest will become unattainable after we come out of the underground section. So I think we should probably do this side quest first before we go into this underground pre-apocalypse facility. So let's go talk to Vishana over there, knock out this side quest, and then we'll come back.
soldier delivered my rations today. She was old, but it happened so fast.
Holy cow! These fighting screams are just terrifying.
If you can't trust Uthid,
the food is from Dowager Queen Asadi, little ones. Her Highness knows times are hard and helps when she can. Eat. Bring some home for your families, if you have one. I've heard whispers about you. Rides machines, fancy spear, delightful freckles. Some even say you have a conscience. How extraordinary.
Who are you? You're obviously not one of the Shadow Karja.
My name is Vanasha. For now, all you need to know is that I'm a whisper of reason in this howling pit of insanity.
I know how that feels.
I'm sure you do. And so does Uthid. He's a good man, so naturally the Shadow Karja want to murder him. I've done some digging, and I think he's headed for the Green Climb. It won't take those mercenaries long to find him. He could use some help, if you're so inclined.
Toxic Sean just got his blue band derby on YouTube. Thank you very much for your membership, Toxic. Didicant Casico says, Ox, did you kind of sound like Jack Black. I get that a lot. I get that or Tom Hanks. I get Jack Black or Tom Hanks. Toxic Sean says, morning, Oxhorn Leghorn. Thank you, Toxic Sean.
Stop being evasive and tell me who you really are.
Stop being evasive? You might as well tell me to stop being charming. It's impossible, but I like you, so I'll tell you a secret. I have friends in Meridian, and I like to do favors for them when I can. Uthid might be of use to them, if he survives.
Oh, hey. Well, that gives us incentive.
How do you know Uthid is innocent?
I'm excellent at making inquiries. Look, he feeds orphans from his own rations and personally punishes anyone who hurts the old or infirm. Okay. The idea that he would try to kill Edaman is ridiculous. He must have found something that can embarrass the priesthood. Otherwise, Bahavas wouldn't risk marking such a well-regarded man for death.
What makes you think he's on the Green Climb?
He knows he'll be pursued, so he needs a hideout that's both familiar and defensible. He once single-handedly held off an entire bandit clan in those foothills. My guess is that he'll fall back on what worked before.
I'll do what I can for Uthid. But what about you?
What about me what?
What will you do while I risk my life?
Useful things, little huntress. Look for 3 dead trees south of Sunfall. They mark the start of the Green Climb. Good luck.
Yeah, there was no way to deny that quest, incidentally, did you see? My only way to leave the dialogue wheel was to accept the quest. Alright. 3 dead trees. Ooh. And this puts us way over there. Thankfully, we've been there before. Well, I'm curious, like, we're kind of putting ourselves in great peril for a guy we don't know, based on the word of some woman who's really cagey and flirting with us, I guess? So I guess we'll just do this then. There's really no way to, not. Alright.
3 dead trees, just like Vanasha said. Let's see if Uthid came through here.
3 dead trees. I gotta make sure I got the right arrows equipped. Then I should probably use my focus, huh?
These tracks lead up that rise. Must be the green climb.
Douglas Delegard says, hell yeah, wahoo! Hello, Oxhorn, and all in chat, hugs to all. Hell yeah, and a wahoo back at you, Douglas Delegard. Always a pleasure to have you on the program.
Foot tracks stop here. Time to climb.
Go! Oh, that was a waste. Okay. Less reckless this time, Oxhorn. Right. I love climbing in this game. It's completely impractical and unrealistic, but it's a lot of fun. Cadillac says, third time being quarantined from work, and I'm pretty sure your videos are the only thing keeping me sane. Keep up the awesome, awesome work. I'm so sorry to hear that, Cadillac. Third time in quarantine from work. God, it's just, this is so hard for so many people. But I'm glad you're staying safe, and I'm glad you managed to make it on the program today. Thank you, Cadillac. And welcome new member, Mila444.
All right, made it. Where did you go, Uthid? Food scraps. I'll bet Uthid stopped to see if he was being followed. He must have kept going. I've got to catch up. Food scraps. I'll bet Uthid stopped to see if he was being followed.
Douglas Delegard says, missed seeing you all yesterday. We missed you as well, but my day off from streaming yesterday really paid off because I got my Vault 94 video done, and it was quite a doozy. You guys are really going to enjoy it. I can't wait to read the comments on that video later. But when we start Cyberpunk 2077...
machine. Uthid's been hunting.
We'll get back to our daily live streams, and I'll probably put lore videos on pause for a while until we get deep into Cyberpunk 2077. Then I'll have to figure out what series I want to start after that. Maybe Tactics? I don't know.
Everything useful has been stripped. Uthid's been gathering components, probably for ammo. Phone talks. Looking to scavenge.
weeks. And it's like I never left. Like riding a bike, just roll right back into it. Toxic Sean says, a small tip, keep the streams coming, Ox. You got it, my friend. They'll keep on coming. Vincent Mulligan says, hey, Ox, hope you're having a great day. Can't wait to see you stream Cyberpunk 2077. I've already pre-ordered my copy as well. I think we're all going to be enjoying it at the same time, and I can't wait to see what, how we, see, I'm tempted to do like an 8-hour stream each day to get through the game really quickly and to get far. The reason I'm not going to do that is because when I've done that in the past, viewers have said, Oxhorn, I've got a job. They've said, Oxhorn, I know streaming games is part of your job, but if you really want me to watch your stream, you got to give me time to catch up, right? So 4 hours a day, I mean, even that is going to have some of you guys struggling to catch up with my gameplay watching my live streams. I figure if I were to stream it for 8 hours every day, there's no way. I mean, you guys would be lost unless you make it to every broadcast.
Not an easy kill, but worth it for the parts.
So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm tempted to do though. Otherwise, I fear, I mean, just taking a look at the size of The Witcher 3, I fear I'll be doing Cyberpunk 2077 for a long time. A long time, pardon me.
Dead Watchers. More scrap for Uthid's stockpile.
Yes, we get it. He came through here, and the monsters we find dead are his kills. Alright. Hello. You didn't see any lore that I missed, did you? We haven't stumbled upon any lore, have we? Vaping Avenger with a tip. Thank you, Vaping Avenger. Little Timmy says, Timmy! Good to see you, Timmy. Oh.
The next one doesn't miss.
Uthid?
You're young for a bounty hunter. Or am I old for a soldier?
I'm not here for the price on your head, Uthid. I believe you're innocent.
Innocent? Come on, then. If this is a trick, it's a good one. You've earned your kill.
Gonna give up on life already? Okay. Wow. That's the thing with this game. Sometimes they have some very strange dialogue and unrealistic scenarios. I believe you're innocent. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, you've earned your kill. Come kill me.
No tricks. Just talk.
All right. Speak.
I want to know what happened at Sunfall. What really happened.
All right. For weeks, each dawn in the tent city came with a new death. Always in their sleep, no struggle. The old, the infirm, sometimes the young. Those who couldn't fight for the cause. I should have realized then it was a culling.
Who would do such a thing?
They thought it was a curse, an evil spirit. But it was only a man. And a silent poison. It took time to catch him, but we did. We brought him before Bahavas for the sun's judgment.
Wow, a poisoner killing the old and the sick? Ryan Sanchez says, Cyberpunk question, are you going to go street kid, corpo, or nomad? I want to know so I can choose something different. I don't know. I literally know nothing about this game. I've seen the trailer. I know that it's got the Courtney Taylor, the voice actress from the female soul survivor in Fallout 4, which is one of the reasons I'm drawn to the game. I know it's by CD Projekt Red, and I know it's got a cyberpunk theme. That's it. I don't know about any factions, any characters. I've tried to keep my knowledge of the game really low so that when I get into it, it all comes as a surprise. So I'm not going to know what faction I plan to side with until I get to that point in the game. I wish I could tell you ahead of time, but I personally don't know. Brett Buss says, work is unimportant. Ox, streams are life. Oh, if only everyone could have such an attitude, my friend.
The High Priest Bahavas? He's the one who put the bounty on you.
Yes. He thanked me for my diligence, then had his guards release the villain. You see? It was he who ordered the culling. Then they turned on us. Should have died with my men, so their loyalty meant something. 20 years I gave to the sun. For what?
Wow.
Malice and murder? As for honor, sacrifice, true sacrifice, the kind priests and rulers know nothing of? It's all a fat joke.
Gemma says, okay, I'm not getting highlights on my name. Damn you, YouTube. Oh, no. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I'm not getting, I'm not seeing your called out. If you're doing super chats, I'm not seeing them at all. That's the only comment I've seen recently, Gemma. So that's weird. Weren't you having trouble with super chats a couple of streams ago as well? So this isn't a new issue for you, is it? Huh. Well, I'll mention it to YouTube when I next talk with them. Amy on Facebook says, hey, Oxhorn. Hope you're having a great day. I'm just working away and listening while typing up reports. Great game to play. It is a great game to play. Very immersive little world that they've put together here. Thank you very much, Amy.
If it's honor you seek, the Sun Karjas seem trustworthy. A little stuck up, maybe, but trustworthy.
Those Karja once raided your Nora lands. Raided every land we could reach. It was the Sun's will. I did what I was told. Others did worse. But as their captain, I had...
Uthid, I don't care what you did. I can't absolve you. But the Karja are changing their ways. You could too.
Perhaps. Avad doesn't understand what the Sun demands of its soldiers.
Perhaps he understands it too well.
Now you sound like the blameless Murad.
Rick James says, I dislike you for some reason. Ah! It's okay, my friend. We've all got different likes and personality issues. You can dislike me. That's cool. As long as you stay here watching. Because then I still get paid. Thanks. The Shadow Karja. What?
I can believe you're a good man. But why go with the Shadow Karja in the first place? Why serve them?
Because of Itaman, of course. He was the one true Sun King.
Itaman's just a child.
Yes, an untainted vessel. I believed he was pure. But they used him. Used our faith. I can see that now. No shadows under a noonday sun. Bahavas didn't need to disgrace my name. I did it myself, serving a rotten throne.
Well, now he lives in regret. Julian Z says, Ox, you may have to play for 8 hours to get through it. Some reviewers who played 16 hours says they did not finish the introduction. And even then, to see the title card in the game was 6 hours of gameplay. Wow. You're kidding, really? Jeez. Well, maybe I'll do, maybe my first day stream of Cyberpunk will be an 8-hour live stream. I don't think I can do 16 hours. I mean, I can be pretty ambitious when it comes to the length of my live streams, but 16 hours? I don't know if I can do that, just so that I can have one episode on the intro. I don't know. All right, time to go.
I met someone who wants to get you out of this. A woman named Vanasha. But first, we need to get you out of here.
What are you? You look like a hunter. You give orders like a soldier who's been out. Mercenaries. Think they'll all line up to tell me I'm innocent?
Should have stayed on the plains, Karja! The mountains belong to us! Keycook's killers! When we're done with you, you won't even leave an echo!
You didn't make it hard to be followed. Almost as if you wanted to go out in a showdown.
Not much gets by you.
So we're doing this together, side by side?
Down.
I have the wrong bows equipped.
Longer than you now, man. men. Rally, we can still finish them.
Oh, come on, give me a headshot, please. Yeah!
Move in. We'll send the rest as soon as they arrive.
Okay, what? Oh, more. Oh, no, I'm just wasting arrows at this point.
Keep up the attack. We still got another squad on the way.
Another squad of mercenaries? Seems really well organized for mercenaries.
That won't be the last one. Follow me.
What's that Gretzky
The prize
says?
above.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. That's why my strategy is just take a lot of shots. Eventually, you land some of them. Zach Little says, wish I could see you enter the facility, but I've got work. You're about to see one of my favorite moments in gaming. The music, in particular, is excellent. And the twist will drop your jaw. Enjoy. There's a
The
twist.
snow's got a bite out here.
Great, now I know there's a twist. Thank you, Zach Little. Toxic Sean says, Ox chat shout out to Joshua Hardwood and David Somner. That's right, shout out to Joshua and David. Okay, can I go this way? I want to loot the bodies. Can I? And they're not gonna let me loot the bodies. There's something blue on that body. I can't loot the bodies. Get up there. Oh, I can't save. Quick save. Ooh, I'm gonna fall to my death. Man. Zach Little says, sorry. Don't worry about it, sorry. That was more of an IT crowd reference than anything else. The cannibal episode, the German cannibal episode. Climb the ledge, they say. Climb the ledge. Why can't I climb the ledge? Oh, I gotta talk to him first.
Up and over.
Wade Crossy says, bro, it's dance. You're kidding. Is this voice actor?
Grab what you can while we still have time.
Is that Paladin Dance? I don't know. I'll have to hear his voice again. Now that you've said it, sounds like Paladin Dance.
A robust defense is
There
the
he
most
is.
satisfying to break. All right, Marvels. We brought the priest out here, so let's put on a show for him.
We talk to him. What's the priest doing here?
I know that, Hood. We've unfinished business, Bahavas and I. This will be difficult. I think you rallied to a lost cause.
It's dance.
I don't intend to die today, Uthid.
I did. But you're starting to change my mind.
That's totally paladin dance. What? Did he say ow?
Don't back! Look out! To your left!
Oh, if I can get this. Oh! Ah! Ooh, and off she goes.
That's the last of the Marvels.
Bahavas thought he had enough fodder to keep him safe. Now there's hope for justice. Will you come with me?
Yeah, sure. But I can't loot the bodies? Not gonna let me loot the bodies. Fine. Hector says, so Guerrilla Games made Horizon Zero Dawn for the PC and just now released it for the PlayStation now. Could that mean the second game is approaching, or maybe a new trailer? Perhaps crossing my fingers. I guess I don't understand.
This won't be easy. Bahavas still has his personal guard.
I guess I don't understand because this was a PlayStation exclusive for over a year, and then they allowed it on the PC. Spyrodinus Pap says, hey Oxhorn, got worried that I was going to miss your live reactions on the Zero Dawn facility lore, but made it in time. That you did, my friend. There we go.
I'll find a use for you.
Ooh, footprints on the
Across
ice.
there and we'll have him.
What a neat touch.
I had to come here myself to end your suffering, Uthid, and mine. The Outlanders led us here, and now that they are dead, their price is most affordable. But enough with needles. It's time for blades. Remove them from the sun's sight.
Right.
They saw me. This is it.
The sun sets on your
Sun's judgment
pathetic
upon you! Into the fray!
Kill the traitor! Kill Nora!
Oh! Wow, these guys pack quite a punch. Let's try this again. Alt Grendel with a tip, thank you. And then Brett Buss says, the PlayStation Now is Sony's kind of poor answer to the Xbox Game Pass. Oh, I see.
Fight! For what it's worth.
Make it hurt! As the shadow falls upon them.
This one's all mine.
Wait.
The sun sets on your pathetic life.
Those guys were tricky. Can I shoot? No. Guess he's invincible for now. You want to go up?
Whatever deal you worked out with him, I'll double it. More than double it.
No. I'm tired of this, Bahavas. The lies and the violence and your cheap scented oils. I don't suppose you'd kill yourself.
I had to. I had to. Prune the weak, or all the Karja in Shadow are doomed.
This solves nothing. But may the sun find some worth among your drying bones.
Well, he flat out admitted to it there, so I guess we did right.
That was quite a fireworks show.
Thanks for the help.
You took your time.
I was busy. What do you think happened to Yan Shund, the other mercenary band? And I had to organize passage to Meridian for a wanted man. Give us a moment, Uthid. Girl talk. You've had quite a day. I never imagined Bahavas would blunder into his own trap. His death opens up wonderful possibilities. Remember Edaman and Nasadi, the Child King and his mother guarded like hostages at Sunfall? With Bahavas gone, no one will be watching them. I want to get them out. And I could use your help.
Hey, cool.
Kidnapping the Sun King of the Shadow Karja is no small task.
It's not kidnapping. They want to go to Meridian, to safety.
Oh, really?
How do you know that?
I've been posing as Nasadi's handmaiden. She's scared. For herself, of course, but mostly for Edaman.
So they're hostages.
Why do you care what happens to them?
Edaman is the Shadow Karja's figurehead. If he defects, it will remove their last trace of legitimacy. Beyond that, he's just a boy who clings to his mommy. He made a little grazer for me out of matchsticks once. It wasn't very good, but still, nobody ever made anything for me before.
Jason says, hey Ox, for your information, humans are weak to fire arrows. Thank you. That's a great tip.
What's going to happen to Uthid now?
Don't worry. You gave him a second life, and I'll put it to good use. He'll be welcomed in Meridian as a military advisor. Hopefully he can help Avad finish the Shadow Karja with as little bloodshed as possible.
What's going to happen at Sunfall now that Bahavas is dead?
Oh, it will be glorious. The priests will panic. There'll be infighting, skullduggery, and backstabbing as they wrangle for power. Best of all, they'll be distracted. Bahavas, your life brought misery, but your death is a flower that blooms in abundance.
Cool.
What do you need to get Nasadi and Idaman out of Sunfall?
With Bahavas dead, Sunfall is the easy part. I'll handle that. The big fuss will be crossing the border to the Sundom. Find my friend, Three-Toe Huadiv, near the branded shore. I hired his crew to sweep the path, so all you have to do is wait for me.
If this Huadiv has already cleared the area, why do you need me?
Contingencies, little huntress. Something will go wrong, and I need protection I can count on. You.
I'll try not to disappoint.
Three-toed Wadid. That's quite a name.
The Nora said you would help me. Are we bound for Meridian?
Only if you want to go, my dear.
What choice do I have?
None at all. I was just being polite. I think I'll take a moment with Bahavas. Death suits him better than those robes ever did. Remember, look for Three-Toe Huadiv near the branded shore.
Okay, this
What
quest
makes you
continues.
think Avad will welcome me after I served his enemies?
He's a forgiving man. Just smile a lot. You can't smile, can you? No, that's a grimace.
I'll tuck that away.
All right, this brings us down here to a campfire I have yet to discover. That's where we'll find Three-Toed Hadiv. All right, let's sneak past this, whatever that is. Oh, that's some of those diggers, those mining creatures. I don't want to have to go past them, so let's go over here. Really? Oh my God.
Here they come.
Okay. Up there.
For later.
I might as well loot up before we go up. What's this? The corpse of the treasure box. Ooh, lots of corpses down here. What happened? Probably don't want that question answered. I know I'm going the wrong way, but there's just so much to loot down here. Gotta loot. Loot, loot, loot.
Got one.
Hector the Chill Guy says, hey there, Ox, you may not know this, but Ashley Birch, the voice actress for Aloy, also does the voice of Cricket in Fallout 4. I did not know that. She's Cricket? Wow. I'd have to hear them side by side because Cricket was a very different character. A very frantic character. Do your part. If I have to listen to that rancid "Do Your Part for Zero Dawn" song one more time, I swear I'm going to stab out my eardrums before the melody can fester in my ear canals. It is not inspiring. It is not stirring. It is dreck that makes me want to kill myself before the robots even get a chance. I would literally give my life right now to kill the jerk who composed that doggone thing. Ugh! Can't this apocalypse at least have a decent soundtrack? Oh, and they're not going to show us this? They're going to give us a holotape complaining about the song, but we can't listen to it ourselves? Well, propaganda. Can I loot first before...
Can't carry more.
Why do they call you Three Toes?
You're Three-Toe Wadiv, right? Vanasha sent me. What happened?
I got hornswoggled, that's what. Vanasha batted her lashes, wiggled her hips, and promised us treasure. Clear a path for the royals, she said. Sneak past the garrison and skewer a few watches. Hardly a bother. Little did we know there was a damned monstrosity lurking underground. When will I learn not to gawk at skinny girls?
Why do you think Vanasha swindled you?
My crew came to Sunfall because we heard the bounties were fat. She offered us the fattest one of all, enough to retire on. It's my own damned fault for taking the bait. Should have known I'd end up with a rupture in my useful parts.
Ew! Yuck! Ah!
So Vanasha needed safe passage for Nasadi and Idaman, but it didn't work out?
She made it sound so sweet and easy. Find the best path to the lake, make sure it's safe. What could go wrong? Turns out, a lot. Like bloody murder in the grinding jaws of a heinous death beast.
Something attacked you from underground.
Oh, you picked that up, did you? I wondered why the Shadow Kaja didn't pay attention to the pass. Well, they don't need to. A rock-eating demon guards it for them. It tunnels in the dirt, breaks through the earth, and blasts rocks from its stinking face. I barely escaped. My comrades weren't so lucky. I might shed a tear if they weren't all cutthroats and cheaters.
Please don't tell me I've got to go kill it.
Vanasha will be here soon with Nasadi and Idaman. I've got to destroy that thing in the pass before they arrive.
You're not too bright, are you? Well, we didn't last long against it, but I'll tell you what I know. It has armor everywhere, a little less at the rear. And when it goes underground, it will lose track of you if you're quiet. You might even be able to keep it from going under altogether if you hit its big crooked arms hard enough. That's all I can offer, friend. I promise to look solemn at your funeral before I hit the bar.
Nice guy. Well, shoot.
Should have brought a cart.
What? Did it find me already? Okay, yeah, he can stay down there. I'll just...
I felt that!
Okay, I want to get its speed so it can't go underground anymore. That's it. No! No! What? Why did I fall down? I didn't move at all. I was stuck on that little ledge and somehow I got knocked down. I was doing so well too. And Jessica says, just stopped by to say thanks for being so awesome. I love your videos. Keep it up. I can't wait to watch Horizon Zero Dawn later. Thank you, Jessica. I'll have the replay up as soon as we finish. All right, let's sneak forward this time. Hopefully it won't catch us. Not sure how it saw me before. Huh. I'm probably not supposed to initiate combat that quickly. Because look at that. It's not coming out. It wants me to come down there. But this is a great little spot from which to... I'll have to remember that. All right, let's see if I can do it. Let's see if we can go down there, trigger the spawn, then race up here. Didn't I loot all of this? Well, it spawned. Got it. All right, that's it. There we go. They're not much when they can't go underground, are they? Return to three-toed Whittive. I probably wasn't supposed to be able to do that from on top of the bluff like that. That just made it much easier than having to run around and avoid death.
By the radiant sun, I can't believe it. I thought that evil rock jaw would grind you up.
Yeah.
After that miracle, all we can do is wait. Vanasha will be here soon, along with a boat that'll take the royals across the lake.
Well, I hope I can still loot the corpse. All right, so yeah, this is a really important quest that we just did.
Little Huntress. Glad you accepted my invitation to play bodyguard. Where are your men, Uthid? It looks like something chewed you up and spat you out.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
The way is clear. Can we go?
I like how you always cut to the chase. In this case, literally. It won't be long before you're followed. Don't be afraid, Your Radiance. We've got excellent protection.
K. May says, hey, Oxhorn, won't be able to be there to see you play Cyberpunk 2077 because I'm getting it for myself. I hope you and everyone else in the chat are doing well, looking for a new job, lol. Well, good luck with your job search. Uh-oh.
Oh dear. Here come the Shadow Carja, and they're very angry with me.
I'll hold them off.
Very noble of you, but when I start a fuss, I like to finish it. Not that your assistant isn't welcome. Uthid, get Idaman and his mother to the shore. Carefully.
I'm not going to be able to loot that wreckage. That's all I care about at this point.
So it comes to this. I must say, after 2 years under the heel of these zealots, I'm ready to extract a little blood. Some traps would be nice.
Well, working on it, lady.
Shall we prepare a little surprise for them?
Yeah, where are they going to come from? Ah.
Time to prepare.
Take cover up there, behind that rock. Here they are. Let's make it close, shall we? Bastards, get ready.
Shooting too far.
What if we try this? Keep dodging. I'm a patient woman.
That it? Because I've got a lot of traps here. We're done? Yeah. All right, let's loot up.
Saving these for the trail.
Ah. Come on. I'll be right there. I got to loot. Is this that same valley? So the wreckage is gone. Ooh, is that a cave? Oh.
Keep that for later.
Slowly refilling our pouch. We used a lot of health stuff in my last broadcast, but this should be able to get us all full in time for going underground. Pick these back up.
Save these for the trail.
That way we don't have to craft any more. Oh, cutscene.
I don't want to jinx it, but we might be in the clear. A bit late, aren't we, gentlemen?
Sorry, ma'am. The boat's waiting.
Damn,
Whoa.
I spoke too soon.
This one's mine. Get to the boat.
You know, this time I think I might be out of my league. If anything happens to her, I will be very cross.
We're not going anywhere.
Sweet, we've got our own personal bodyguards here. Great. What is this? Oh, shoot.
That wasn't a warning. This
and I can't get underneath it. Ah. Resistance! I got it! Well, yeah, had I known that, I probably wouldn't have picked up all of my traps before the battle actually began. I thought we were done. Guess not. Alt Grendel says, hey Oxhorn, your Oxcam window is hiding your stats during combat. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, anything else? Okay, if the wreckage of that underground digger one is still there, it'll be up here and to the right. Because it was up here where I killed it, but I don't see it. Shanae says, you do a great job. You chose a higher vantage point. Thank you, Shanae. Yeah, I just took advantage of the terrain they gave me. I'm not seeing its wreckage, but oh well. I got the Thunderjaw and I got the loot off of it, so we'll take it. Right, let's move on. Oh, one survived. That's good.
Hardy little plant. You'll help.
Not exactly a royal barge, is it? Oh well, defectors can't be choosers. Let's get aboard, shall we? You've done a good thing. Maybe even ended a war.
Good.
Maybe. But my war just keeps going.
Is this gonna put us at Meridian? That's a bit of a way from the Shadow Karja. If we go back there, are we gonna be shooting on sight? No, I think we killed all witnesses. You okay, Three-Toe?
Edaman, my brother, welcome home. You have nothing to fear. You are now under the protection of the Sundom. My protection. As is your mother, she will not be harmed. You have my word, the law of the sun. Aloy, it seems I see your influence everywhere. You've done so much for the Sundom, and it will always be appreciated. You have my thanks. May you walk in the light.
All right, the good Sun King doesn't kill his baby brother. That's a positive, I'd say.
Appalling. I spent 2 years in the Forbidden West setting this up, and the redhead gets all the credit?
I'm still getting paid, right?
You'll be lucky if I let you live. I couldn't have done this without you. When we meet again, I'll give you a proper thanks. I promise.
Okay, we're gonna meet again. Well, why isn't she gonna pay the three-toe guy? He lost some toes and some men.
Don't pass up these goods.
Ooh, and I'm out of wire.
Been all over the city, and I can't find what.
Check out these wares.
Yeah.
The Oxhorn have gone too far
I
this.
will in a minute. Let's open up our treasure boxes. Let's buy some wire.
His crime.
Wire.
Won't find better wares. Think of it. I've got all the best
All right,
goods
we
here.
should be good for a bit. No, what?
You'll like what I have for sale. I promise.
I need more wire. All right. How's that?
You're letting the Oxhorn decide what to do with him, but he tried to kill our Sun King.
There we go. And we're almost fully stocked. Bingo. How's our health?
Come, take a look. I'll give you a good price.
Traitorous
Okay.
We'll just conveniently lose.
Now we can take a boat back, can we? So we're gonna fast travel. Oh, is that a Vantage? Oh yeah. We sailed right past it. Well, let's get back to the primary quest. Side quest done. We saved an empire, saved a king, did some political machinations and engineering.
Starting was bad enough, but at least we had our Sun King to guide us.
Claire Bear says, hey Ox, before you go into Zero Dawn, clear out your inventory and really stock up on supplies for arrows and health. You'll be in there for a bit, so it's good to get stocked up. Oh. How's my inventory looking? I've got a bit of room in my inventory. I cleared it out last stream, so... I mean, that's room for a lot of loot. How about my mods? I've got 3 slots left. I can always disenchant the mods I don't need, and I just stocked up on ammo. Really, the only thing I'm low on is herbs for my health. The healing herbs.
It's like some horrible dream.
Thank you, Claire Bear.
Go in life.
Oh, which is the way to get down there? Oh, I got to take that ladder down, jump down.
Just do as you're told. Stay out of our way.
Yeah. Oh, right. Whoop! Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Well, whatever gets us to the door, right? Hey! Okay, we're there.
I'm heading down.
I've spent a lifetime trying to uncover the secrets of this world. Where the machines came from. How the old ones achieved such marvels only to fall into silence and death. A lifetime of failure. As year by year, decade after decade, I hit walls I could not break, doors I could never breach.
Hello.
Until a Nora huntress marched out of the savage east. And voila, for her, all the deepest secrets of the earth were laid bare. I suspect you will have an easier time with this door than I did years ago.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized. Malfunction. 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 Malfunction.
Are you kidding me?
You don't hear me laughing.
Shut up. There's gotta be another way.
She's like,
Hey! Elizabeth Sobeck here! Requesting access!
Access request acknowledged. Root command functions available. Do you wish to proceed?
I do! Get me through this door!
Analyzing. Primary access inoperable due to mechanical failure. Emergency venting procedure likely to circumvent blockage. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes.
Emergency venting authorized.
Whoa!
I underestimated you. Too bad now
Guess you can't have everything.
That will draw attention. We won't have this place to ourselves for long now.
Oh dear.
Last I checked, I was the one risking my life down here.
Yes, fine. Now will you please get moving? There's so much to learn in less time than I'd hoped.
Well, I don't like ticking clocks. I hope this isn't one, and I don't think it is. That's probably just part of the story. Alright, so that's the blast door. This is the way we came down, but I didn't have control of my character. So let's see if there was anything I missed. That she missed. No. Oh, the venting blocked that in. So we can't go back. Explore the Project Zero Dawn facility. Gladly.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn. We found it.
Are you really so surprised?
Facility diagnostics detect multiple failures. Attempting repair.
So, what was this room?
An entrance hall, perhaps. Have a look around.
That AI voice sounds really depressed. Mechanical failure detected. Attempting workaround. We're sorry. No workaround found. Another incident. From lounge staff to admin, subject, another incident. This morning's unfortunate incident with Dr. Popovich is another example of reception's need for additional support. We appreciate that Zero Dawn is an immensely complicated project, but as the staff who serve on the front line, we are tired of being neglected. As we have already requested, we need human translators, fluent in Polish, for example. Security staff who can subdue enraged embryologists, for example, and dermal sedatives to calm persons who are screaming in Polish while hurling chairs and vases at reception staff, for example. Yes, most of the candidates are reasonably calm and well-behaved, but we need help handling the exceptions to that rule. Please respond. So they got attacked by an enraged Polish embryologist who threw chairs. Okay. We need support too. From reception staff to admin, subject, we need support too. Reception staff continues to require additional support managing ZD Zero Dawn candidates when they arrive at the facility. Many are frightened or confused. Some are highly agitated. These are not the sort of persons who are accustomed to having information withheld from them. At minimum, we need human translators. The Langbots are not sufficient, and mild sedatives for the extreme cases. Any and all support would be welcome. Perhaps you could start by responding to one of these mails? Oh, they're not getting any response. And Elizabeth Sobet is reading them 1,000 years later in her clone form. Leo Borg says Uthid voiced at Nigel Barber, dance at Peter Jessup. Got you. Thank you for that.
Please take a seat and wait for your name to be called. A selection of beverages and snacks are available.
See what I mean? This AI is not very energized. Please take a seat and wait to be called. I'd go crazy too if I was a Polish embryologist and I had to listen to that voice in my own language. Your call is important to us. We'll get to you in a moment. Soundproofing. From lounge staff to admin, subject soundproofing. Would it be possible to improve the soundproofing between VR1 and the lounge area? Most of the candidates stay quiet during the presentation, but the ones who scream or sob can be plainly heard by candidates waiting their turn in the lounge. Just a thought. Scream or sob? Oh, what are we getting ourselves into? What was Zero Dawn that caused them to scream and sob after watching a presentation? Restock or else. From lounge staff to admin, subject restock or else. For the 5th time, please restock the lounge's selection of herbal teas. If I have to listen to one more egghead throw a tantrum because we're out of organic cucumber mint or blackberry sage varietals, I'm going to lose it. Please respond, and this time no tempest in a teapot or steep demand jokes, okay? We better get her tea, otherwise she'll become a tempest in a teapot. Oh, more herbal tea? That's a steep demand. What's this? Alright, looks like no more lore in this room.
Please proceed into viewing room 1 for an important message regarding the purpose of your visit.
They didn't even attempt to make it sound like a pleasant female voice, right? They're just like, I'm a boring guy. You have come to Zero Dawn.
What was this place?
A holographic theater.
CD01 data intact. Initiating playback.
This is it. We're about
Welcome to
to learn.
Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret superweapons program, the technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies. Zero Dawn is not a superweapons program, and it will not save us. Nothing will save us. Here's why.
Uh-oh!
By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. Global extinction is inevitable. No matter how many we kill, the robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down, the entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century. At best, we've got 16 months. Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it, hibernating, waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory. My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. Zero Day, the day that life on Earth ceases to exist, is coming fast. It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
Okay. So, preserving human genetic material in the form of clones, which is what gave birth to Aloy?
That doesn't make sense. Life on Earth didn't cease to exist.
He said it could not be stopped.
But it was. Somehow Elizabeth saved us. I've got to keep looking. Find out how she did it.
Okay, so it means Zero Dawn worked, but we still haven't figured out what Zero Dawn was. So, the apocalypse couldn't be stopped. Everyone alive at that time was killed. All life ceased to be. But somehow, Zero Dawn managed to reboot human life. But how did they keep the robots from needing to consume biofuel? I mean, clearly the robots left do consume biofuel. We see them eating grass and plants all over the planet. Sometimes even attacking humans. So, well, let's keep going. Virenth says there is a possibility that every Polish embryologist is enraged and very dangerous in close combat. Maybe. If I ever play a melee character, that's what I want to be. The melee Polish embryologist with a chair. Jackie Wise says, hey Ox, I can't believe I almost missed your stream because I was distracted. I'm so excited to see your reaction to Zero Dawn. I can't wait to learn more. Let's keep going.
Nostrils. They got in. Through the vents.
Let nothing stop you from learning the truth.
Spread out! If it moves, kill it!
What is this place? Tomb?
Hello.
Let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious. And it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since '57? That went nowhere real slow. And you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of the challenge to prep a new colony ship in time?
To be clear, I'm not a worker on the project.
Do you even understand how few people it could save? The whole generation ship concept is not gonna happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics. For that kind of storage, we're talking a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Sirius X, there's no room for people on that thing, all right?
If you could try to remain calm.
You people are crazy if you think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off.
Medical.
So they stored human embryos on a ship?
That sounds great.
What did they contain?
Brett Bus says if you played Halo, you would know. Peter says, "Hey Ox, are you itching for Horizon Zero Dawn 2 yet?" I mean, yeah. I want to finish Horizon Zero Dawn 1 first, but I am itching for a number 2.
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
Captain Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we couldn't negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, U.S. Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience in human-robot conflict.
Yes, and I've got the prosthetic limbs to show it. Yet I continue to face this horror, even though the challenge was great. Cyber warfare. I thought Zero Dawn would be a Manhattan project to generate the deactivation codes. With the resources I had, I estimated code breaking to be a hopeless endeavor. I was almost looking forward to being proved wrong.
Unfortunately, your estimation was correct.
As your General Hera said. So then, you did not bring me here to commiserate. What is left?
Counselor Guidelines 1 for debriefing after Presentation 1. Candidates must be allowed to ask questions and be given the necessary time to fully absorb the information they have received. Douglas Delegard says, did you give up on the power armor? No, but I need 3 fusion cells, and I've only found 2 of them. So once I get the 3rd, I'll get the power armor. It is important to be aware that candidates have just been exposed to triggers for severe mental and emotional trauma. Do not assume silence or outward calmness indicates acceptance. It is essential to stress that all other options for combating the feral plague and preserving the continuation of human life have been considered and found unworkable. Communicate this fact calmly, but clearly and firmly. Familiarize yourself with data on the catastrophic environmental impact of nuclear engagements versus the swarm, Addendum B, and unfeasibility of maintaining life in orbital, lunar, or undersea structures, Addenda C1, C2, and C3, so that you can counter candidates' objections in depth. If a candidate asks for time alone to review supplementary information, allow this without hesitation. Be sure to inform security personnel so the candidates can be monitored for attempts at self-harm. Candidates should only be cleared to proceed to presentation 2 if you believe their mental state is sufficiently stable. Oh God, that was just presentation 1. What's in presentation 2? Note that real-time support will be available via your focus. Security and mental crisis teams are redacted, or data unrecoverable.
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Just stating your name. What were you thinking about, Doctor?
Nothing the General said. Not really. I was on the Syzygy East Response Team in 2051, just after the second earthquake compromised the reactor. I still dream about it, after all these years. The red zone spreading on the imaging, slowly, so slowly, like a hand opening its fingers.
Your involvement in that event is why you were asked for by name.
Really? That's interesting. Because nothing worked. Nothing could grow there again. It was a catastrophic failure. But the red zone is a blip compared to global-scale biomass reduction. The biosphere and hydrosphere will collapse, render the Earth uninhabitable long before the robots finish us. Enduring victory can't buy time against that. So, you'd better show me what Zero Dawn really is.
Gosh. Okay, there's more. A lot more. Oh, that's glass. Okay, so we gotta go through here. To find the rest of the lore. Here we go. Oh no. What is this?
You previously worked for Faro Automated Systems.
On the Chariot Line self-replication routines? I came here thinking this was a rendition. When your people took me, I thought, about time. I've been trying to swallow the guilt every day since...
Would you like to take a moment?
No, I really hoped Zero Dawn was a way to undo it all. My work. And I'm sorry to say I was ever proud of it, but Ted could really sell a concept, and in the labs, in the light of creation, that first test run, when you saw they understood their own structures, could rebuild themselves from memory and light, there were no limits. God, there were no limits.
Oh, no limits. I feel like the Brotherhood would have something to say about that.
Want to discuss?
Whew. So Mama, she was right.
Pardon?
My mother, she took her Bible real serious. Not just Texas Bubble serious, Pentecostal serious. Favorite chapter? Revelations. Now, I didn't always understand her on account of all that speaking in tongues and such, but when she did use her words, There was always end times this and lake of fire that on kind of sinful lifestyles. Speaking of which, mind if I smoke?
A tobacco cigarette.
Sorry, darling. My taste run classic.
What's an
Compliments your
alternative?
team tracked me down. Been a price on my head 18 months now. Sterling Malky was me, don't mind admitting. Been plenty of snakesters chasing the bounty too. But I kept the zigging to their zag. How'd you finger me?
I believe Dr. Sobek listed you as an alpha candidate. Priority snatch and grab.
Always suspected she had a little thing for me. Hey, I don't suppose you got real coffee in this place. You know, blood coffee? Conflict cappuccinos?
What?
Mr. Tate, I'm clearing you to proceed. Just go.
Well, some people dealt with the news better than others, it's clear.
It is accurate, yes. So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people. They feed off them? Not just people. All organic matter. Every living thing dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution liquefied. The miracle of life reduced to bloody biofuel. In a word, yes. Who did this? Pharaoh? That asshole. Is he here? No, Doctor. Please, tell him Tom Pike wants a word. Now, get off! Get off! Doc, please! You get Ted Pharaoh in here!
Well, I can see why they were requesting sedatives now. All right, well, according to my compass, that's all the lore on... Hello, wait a minute. Whoop, no. Almost missed this.
There is some mistake. I don't understand why I was brought here. Why would you show me these things? I know that there's already a lot to take in. In the waiting area, I was seated with a Nobel laureate in biophysics and a monk, I think. He spoke neither English nor Mandarin. It is very strange. And General Harris? What was he talking about? The robot swarm, the Pharaoh plague? I understand it is terrible, but it really cannot be stopped? Why tell us this? There are people in Shanghai, my friends, my family. They have joined Operation Enduring Victory already. It is for nothing? We will all die? We're going to be able to answer some of these questions. I just want to know why I am here. It doesn't make sense to me. You were brought here because of your skill set. No, that can't be right. I am an art historian. I know Dutch masters, Japanese calligraphy, Gerhard Richter. What does that matter now?
They're saving and cataloging all of human knowledge, history, art, sciences. They're not just saving humans on a spaceship as embryos, I guess that's what they're doing, but they're somehow packaging human knowledge to preserve it as well. How? As a computer program, as AI?
This might even the odds.
Pick up the fire starter.
CD02 data intact. Initiating playback.
Elizabeth Sobek.
You've heard the bad news, and it's all true. The Pharaoh plague is devouring the biosphere. Life itself will cease to exist. But does that have to be the end? What if we could give life a future? What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew. This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super-intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness. What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere. An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life. We call it Gaia. Mother Nature as an AI. But that's just the core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start. We don't have to build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself. Now, over the days to come, you'll learn how all these functions, all these pieces that you'll be working on, fit together. How we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries. From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seas, to the regreening of the Earth from cryopreserved seed stalks, to rewilding the Earth with animal life. And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo, the vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us, our world. And most important, how not to repeat our mistakes. It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it. We can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real.
The whole Earth destroyed, but then remade?
Yes. By a machine. A machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this. For life. For us. But why Hades then? If it was part of Gaia, how did it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh robot? And why does it want to kill me? And Apollo, the archive of knowledge, what happened to that?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe the answers lie ahead.
Okay, so that explains why everything is green now. The robots consumed all biological life on the planet, but they saved humanity as embryos and all knowledge and the ability to remake life as an AI. While the planet was dead, this AI was generating the shutdown codes, which took like 200, 300 years to do. Once they generated the shutdown codes, they shut down all of the machines that were consuming life as biofuel. And then they initiated Gaia, which reseeded the planet, started terraforming it again, and once ready, they released embryos. But then that leads us to the next question. Why didn't Apollo work? Why does no one have any memory of humanity's previous existence.
Try me now.
Make your selection. You are now in possession of information regarding the true nature and purpose of Project Zero Dawn, classified far above top secret. As such, we regret that you cannot be allowed to leave this facility. There are 3 options available to you at this point. Please consider each carefully. Trained counselors are standing by to assist you in making your choice. 1. Participation. You will be assigned to a sub-project team based on your area of expertise. You should be aware that the way forward will be difficult and the project's outcome is uncertain. You will be expected to work at minimum of 80 hours per week, and your communications with family members will be strictly limited and monitored in real time. Upon successful completion of the project, you and your immediate family, or 2 persons of your choosing, will be transferred to the Elysium, sealed habitat to live out the remainder of your natural lives. 2. Indefinite detention. Should you choose to decline participation in Project Zero Dawn, you will be confined indefinitely. You will be given 48 hours to reconsider, after which your decision to refuse participation will be considered irrevocable. Every reasonable effort will be made to make your term of confinement as comfortable as possible, but you will not be permitted contact with the outside world, and death will within 18 months due to the Pharaoh Plague is inevitable. When the Zero Dawn facility is abandoned, detainees who wish not to opt for medical euthanasia will be released. God. Medical euthanasia. The information you have just received understandably calls into question the purpose of continuing to live. If you would prefer to end your life at this point, pain-free medical euthanasia is available. A 48-hour waiting period is required, during which time you may instead opt for participation or confinement. Please notify a counselor when you are ready to make your choice, or if you have any further questions. So they had 3 choices. Help us, go to prison, or die. For debriefing after presentation 2, it is vitally important that candidates choose to participate in Project Zero Dawn voluntarily and knowingly, without additional coercion and without value judgment on the part of the counselor. And I think this is important because if their knowledge and if their minds are going to be saved for the future of Earth, any sort of pain imprint or coercion imprint might infect whatever mountain of knowledge is created for the future of humanity. Confirm for candidates that they were selected due to their skill sets and accomplishments. Emphasize that their dedicated participation in Zero Dawn will increase the project's chances of success. Frame participation in Zero Dawn as an opportunity to respond actively in the face of an overwhelming threat. Candidates may question the fairness of their selection, validate such objections as normal, even admirable responses. Emphasize the value of candidates' expertise to the future. Not just of humanity, but terrestrial life as a whole. Likewise, candidates may balk at the morality of extending their lifespans. So they are extending their lifespans. And those of loved ones beyond 0 day. Validate their hesitation. Acknowledge that while the reward of Elysium is not fair, it will be earned. If possible, redirect their ethical misgivings towards greater commitment to the project. When candidates challenge the plausibility of Project Zero Dawn, permit them to review Dr. Sobek's presentation as many times as they wish to allow access to supplemental articles G01 through P20. Allow them to suspend the interview to fully process this documentation. A significant minority of candidates will elect for medical euthanasia. It is important to receive this decision kindly and without judgment. Advise them of the 48-hour waiting period during which counselors will be available to discuss their decision. emphasized that euthanasia will not occur without repeated consent when the procedure is scheduled to take place. No one will be euthanized against her or his will. Candidates who elect indefinite detention must be informed that they have 48 hours to reverse their decision, after which the decision, data corrupted. Zane the Insane says, "Hi Ox, nice to see you back at Horizon Zero Dawn and its amazing lore." Well, we are indeed getting an amazing lore dump this episode. Holy cow, it's like all of our missing data pads are suddenly being filled in by exploring this one facility. Hello.
Of course I'll do it. To be given the opportunity to rebuild what the damage that I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress that this was never about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot, they were smart to get out of Pharaoh when they did, but not one of us took it as a warning sign. It just told ourselves that we're cut out for the BTRI cabals. That's the better than rapid innovation. Better at competing, better than the next guy, a better killing machine. It's just amazing how a century and a half of science fiction did nothing to swerve our species from the path of doom. I mean, I'm done with that life. I mean, I will work hard, twice as hard, to earn this, for my family to have a place in Elysium. I never thought that there could be atonement.
So that's how some people were seeing it. Working hard for Zero Dawn to atone for the evils that they did by creating or helping to create this apocalypse.
If you're still nauseous. No, the inhibitors have kicked in. I can't feel the back of my tongue. I wish I could tell you I'd believe in this. But the damage is too great, too extensive, too complete. With all respect to Dr. Sobek's work at Miriam, no. No, life doesn't always find a way to keep going. Sometimes it never comes back. Like Syzygy East. Like the Congo. Like Timor. Like us. That's our reward? A buried city full of terminal patients waiting out the clock? You'd grow old together, with your loved ones, in safety. I don't have loved ones. I suppose I could start a family? I'm afraid not. All inhabitants of Elysium will be medically sterilized.
What?
A habitat capable of sustaining a starting base of 2,000 individuals for up to 100 years is a huge challenge, Dr. Alpert.
Wow.
If the population grows instead of diminishes, everyone will be dead inside 30 years. I knew it. I just couldn't bring myself to say the words. I'm sorry. Finish it. Medical euthanasia. I want no part of this. I just want it over. I see.
Wow.
Protocols require a 48-hour waiting period, after which...
Oh my god. So Elysium is an underground bunker where the participants in Zero Dawn lived out their lives and died with one or two members of their family of their choosing. Seems like a lot of former Pharaoh scientists were part of Zero Dawn and, as a consequence, Elysium. Is it fair that of all humanity to be preserved, the genetic material that is preserved for 1,000 years is that of the scientists who were responsible or partially responsible for creating the apocalypse to begin with?
Is he to make sure I behave this time?
Security. For your protection. Would you like to discuss how you're feeling?
Sure. I'll tell you. Surprised. No, flabbergasted. Like my own man would say, flabbergasted. That vein pumping in his forehead. I thought you people were just completely underprepared for a spaceflight project. But now I can see it's worse. Much worse. Sobek is a total fantasist, a dangerous fantasist. He's kind of blue skying. It's... Jesus. I'm sorry we wasted each other's time. I'm ready to leave now.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Everything you're talking about here isn't possible.
I recommend you read the documents regarding your options.
I've seen enough. I'm getting out of here. What are you... You don't... Get your hands off me!
Ooh, boy.
Alert. Medical wing inaccessible.
Ooh, what's that? Pick up stranded shackles. Stranded shackles? What is the stranded shackles? This mysterious item is valuable only to the most curious merchants. Shackles made from an unknown smooth material. Okay. Well, that's not the fusion core I was expecting or hoping for, but maybe we'll make a bit of coin out of it. Gail Kidder says, "Hi Oxhorn, how are you doing this evening, and will you play any Star Wars games, and what is your take on the movies?" I'm doing well this evening. I would consider playing a Star Wars game if one caught my interest, and I haven't watched all of the new Star Wars movies. I watched the original trilogy. Back in the day, I was raised on that. I watched the new ones, Phantom Menace and all of that when they came out. I was a young adult when that happened, but I haven't watched any of the new ones. As for my take, I enjoy them. I'm not. I haven't been taken aback, I guess, by the lore of the Star Wars universe.
Now
as
this
much
thing
as
is
I have
dangerous.
for other pieces of fiction, of science fiction.
I'll take this.
Ooh.
Intruder! Get her!
Whatever you do, don't die now.
Just need my focus.
Glad I saved it. So, if you missed that, Silence says, "Is there another route?" And she said, "Yes. I'll find it. I just need my focus." Okay. Loot the body.
Should give me the upper hand.
We'll put this one here. Yep. We'll put this one here. And we'll put this one here. Wish I could take more than one with me. There we go. Now, these look like a barracks for scientists working on Zero Dawn.
Now, those lame FBI black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them. But maybe I went in too hard on this poor counselor. She was cute, and just going down a checklist after all. Couldn't expect her to see how ridiculous Zero D's ambitions are. God's own budget thrown at a kid playing with a hologram sculptor? Palms up, honey. I'm just calling it like it is. Hey, look, Mom, I'm making nature. Now, if nature is so important, why not let nature take its course? Extinction? That's natural. Zero Dawn? No, ma'am, that ain't. Heck, it's so unnatural it'd be called an abomination back home, and you know it. That's why you're hiding it. Meanwhile, my little honey of a counselor, she's munching the inside of her cheek. Bad habit. She chewed one of her nails, too, just one. Not your day, was it, little sweet pea? Saw her quota slipping away. Said, I assume you intend to decline the assignment, Mr. Tate. You kidding me? 18 months hard labor in exchange for 30 years lounging around Elysium watching porn? Sign me up.
Okay, but that logic doesn't make sense. I mean, first of all, the apocalypse was man-made, so if you're going to use the nature will take its course argument, you could say that a man-made apocalypse isn't nature taking its course. But then you could say, well, but man is part of nature, therefore if man made something, that also is part of nature. But the counter-argument to that is like, well, then Horizon Zero Dawn is also part of nature because man may have made this apocalypse, but man is also making Zero Dawn, which is going to get us out of the apocalypse. So he can't do it both ways, right?
Zero Dawn. It is art, in a way. An expression on the grandest scale. But there is so much unfairness. Why was I chosen? Was it decided by committee? By algorithm? My family will be saved because I happen to graduate in art history? Is this right?
Dr. Sauvé? Christina Sauvé?
Yes. I met a man, another historian. His fields are Bauhaus and the New Materialists. But he once attended one of my talks. Another unfair chance. Of all the many people in that auditorium, that we should both be here now. And yet, I feel more accepting of my fate. No, it is not fair. Not at all. But for the sake of my family, for the sake of art. Art is alive. It must be able to speak from beyond history and echo in the future, not perish into oblivion. This opportunity, I must do this.
It's as I thought. They're preserving her knowledge in art history in this instance. All right, well, it looks like that's it for this side. Let's go over here.
I hashed it out with them, what the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show, I respect him. He's got a passion to him. He's hot-blooded. So I said I'll do it. I'll put my all into this, literally. When the project is done, I'll take the medical option, thank you. Counselor said I might change my mind. I told him that he didn't know me very well then. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. But I want no part of this pathetic, attenuated future on offer. I'm an outdoors man. Never did like the feel of solid-state lighting on my skin. And a wee bit of a claustrophobe, anyway.
Well, that's a twist. He signed up for the project and chose the euthanasia option. Oh, dear. All right, anything else we are missing? Let's go down this hallway, see if we can get anything. Anything else? Nope, this is blocked to us. Pavel says, did you notice shape of the symbol for Hades? There were so many symbols flying by that I didn't take a look at the symbols. No, I didn't notice them. All right, I think that's it. Which has the most ammo?
Heavy. It's hard, too.
Not that one. That one. All right, we can't go down there. So we're going to have to go to the left here. Zane the Insane says, I like your logic, Ox. Totally agree. Thank you, my friend. Glad we're on the same page.
Hello.
This feels like a battleground. I feel like people are going to drop down on me. So that's the door I presumably have to get through, but I've got to unlock it first.
Here we go. Another one of these.
Oh.
Need to find the right configuration.
All right, set you down over there, my little fire striker. Left up. What are the required settings? Oh, left. Okay. Left. Up. Left. Down, right. But I'm missing one. Left. Up. Left. Down, right. Oh, there we go.
Done. I should check the door nearby. There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
New emitter, everything in reverse. Hello. Okay. So let's repair it and then do everything in reverse.
These will keep.
Okay, how do we get up there? Well, there's a staircase there, but that door's still locked. There's an upper platform up there. Okay, well, how do we get up there? So I gotta find that one before I can solve this puzzle. I think it has something to do with that, but we can't get up. Maybe we gotta go through the door first? I mean, I feel like I should be able to climb this. this is just leading us forward. Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, that was it.
Found one. Looks intact. That should do the trick. Now let's get
Now
that door
reverse.
open.
So that would be down. Right. Up. Left and down. Well, maybe that holotape had nothing to do with it. Let's try the way that it's depicted. Up, left, down, right, up. Oh, that's upside down. Oh, because it says Pharaoh. Oh, okay. So then it's down. Left, up. Right down.
That did it. Door should have power.
Now to see what lies beyond it.
They're here.
Avoid contact.
Lines look good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
Can you reach it?
So much for avoiding contact.
They closed it! Killed it. Oh, more!
Or not.
Ah!
A gift from the shadow.
Room's clear. For a moment, anyway.
Then get moving. You have to find Gaia.
Shut up! I got a place to explore, and I'm gonna loot. I gotta move the Deathbringer guns from the corpses because I can't loot the corpses. Alright, so we need to go in there.
Can't be too prepared.
Jackal Whizzle says, "Hey Oxhorn, if you shoot a guy with a green backpack with a fire arrow, they'll explode. Just aim for the backpack." Thank you for that one, Jack. Okay, so these are all the different sections of Gaia.
Alert. Area inaccessible. Elevators non-operational. Stairwells have collapsed. Alert. Structural failure prevents access.
Alright, looks like there's no lore in here. I mean, there's this upper portion. But I'm not going to drive myself crazy trying to get up there, as I will probably make my way up there later. And I don't see a ladder leading up there anyway.
Looks with me.
Lore. Simulation results. Text data points quest from Margot Shen to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject simulation results. Wow, you weren't kidding about Gaia's predilection for animal morphologies. Sure, not totally unexpected given the rough natural terrain her bots will have to navigate, but I agree that there's something deeper going on here. Her designs aren't just functional, they feel almost like, well, tributes is the word that comes to mind, as though she's already mourning their loss, and not just for the disappearing fauna of our time, but creatures from the fossil record too. References to megafauna in some of her designs. So cool. Well, whatever Gaia thinks up, Hephaestus will empower her to build it. I just wish we could still be around in a century or two to see what she makes.
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus. As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. So you probably noticed that only about a third of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. Waste of time. Our purpose is to empower Gaia to build the robots, and not just build, imagine, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So, Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulation, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon, but hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yes, time to get started. Let's do this.
I don't get it.
Which part? It's a little technical in places.
If Gaia was designed to save life, why would the robots it makes attack people?
Perhaps it loves some forms of life more than others.
The derangement. The machines weren't always so angry.
True. Mostly they were docile until 10, 15 years ago.
For years, Hephaestus has been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. I've seen it myself, in the cauldrons. Stalkers, Ravagers, a Thunderjaw. How could it do that? And why?
Why indeed?
So man creates war bots that consume biofuel. War bots then consume man. But before man is consumed, man makes robot to create algorithm to shut down robots. Robot shuts down bad robots. Then robot makes good robots to reseed the world with life. But then somehow these good robots get hacked and turned into bad robots about 10, 15 years ago. Full steam ahead. From Elizabeth Sobek to Margot Shen, subject full steam ahead. Margot, if I doubted your brilliance in the slightest, I wouldn't have picked you as the Hephaestus Alpha. You need to stop worrying about your age and communication style. You are who you are. Have confidence in yourself. You know what you're doing. Case in point, the latest draft of your plan for the construction and stocking of bootstrap silos to store raw materials is excellent. This, combined with your design for the AM Foundry core and the Foundry site selection plan, add up to a comprehensive plan. It's time to start construction. One detail, consult with Aeomide Okilo before you finalize silo inventories. Hephaestus's first task will be to fabricate the robots that will construct the waveform broadcast towers Minerva will use to transmit the deactivation codes. So any exotic materials needed for the towers should be accounted for in the inventory plan. Elizabeth. It looks like there are 2 data pads that are missing from our lineup.
I've seen these shapes before. In cauldrons.
But of course, the birthing places of Gaia's machines.
Never know when I might need these.
I'm full health. Okay. Well, let's go pick up our Firebringer.
Hello.
Hopefully this will lead us to a staircase so we can explore the upper platform. That's the... We saw that one, didn't we? Yeah, we walked by that and we saw that holotape. So let's move on. Yes! Okay, how to get in that room?
I think this is it. Elizabeth Sobek's office. But it's sealed off. There's got to be a way inside.
Keep looking.
More Eclipse.
Careful now.
Good thing I've got my Deathbringer. Man, they get us there in such roundabout ways. Break room, vending
Welcome
machines.
to Apollo, the collective memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebaji. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation of human knowledge, creative endeavor, and cultural achievement. Apollo is, therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion, albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world, ensuring redundancy. Second, the collection and processing of a projected 180 million discrete data entries. 42 zettabytes of data in Mandarin, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Third, the transferal and encoding of all that data onto DNA encapsulated in synthetic fossils. The only medium capacious and durable enough to safeguard it without degradation for the centuries to come.
What?
And last, but not least, the development of the holographic interface and gamified curricula, by which future humans will commune with Apollo, progressively unlocking heuristic learning modules, leveling up their knowledge and skills they will need to take control of the terraforming system. That is the future towards which all of our efforts will be directed. Not just the preservation of the past, but the seed for the flourishing of a new tree of knowledge. Welcome, and let us begin.
Synthetic fossils. Encapsulated DNA from Samina Ebaji to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject encapsulated DNA. And the winner is encapsulated DNA. Over the past 10 days, I performed an exhaustive review of data storage solutions, magnetic, optical, quantum, even that eternity tech that FAS was shilling a year or so ago. But every other solution has one or more fatal shortcomings. Too heavy to transport, too massive to install in the allotted space, too power intensive over the centuries, too prone to failure past 300, 400 years, etc. Encapsulated DNA will easily hold the 40 plus zettabytes we're projecting for Apollo. There are still many details to finalize, of course. To start with, we need to select the inert material in which we'll embed the molecules, already testing 16 candidate materials, as well as design and fabricate the power systems and sealed reliquaries that will keep the DNA at negative 18 degrees Celsius for 1,000 years. Oh my God. So long as I assure you that it didn't factor into my decision, may I confess that I deem it entirely fitting, that we will be using the very building blocks of life to preserve human knowledge from mechanized extinction? It's not just ironic, but heroic. Life as the hero, beating back the forces of oblivion. In any case, much to do. Until next time, peace be with you, Samina. Gaz Stanfield says, I do love custard. Or was it mustard? Mobius. Apollo update from Samina Ebaji to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject Apollo update. Over the past 2 months, the full benefit of our procurement of a copy of the Homer archive from Far Zenith has made itself known, and as a result, all of Apollo's key deliverables are on schedule. Apollo has already surpassed 40 million discrete data entries and continues to grow. The physical science modules are effectively complete, with soft science modules close behind. World history, cultural data, and media archives are also on schedule. Language preservation is wrapping up a bit ahead of schedule due to falling short of our goal to preserve 4,500 languages. I suppose the tragic early loss of Papua New Guinea doomed the goal from the outset. What? Okay, so they didn't get every language, but they got 4,500 with attendant curricula development about to begin. Speaking of the heuristic curricula, they're performing well in testing, with children and adolescents demonstrating high level of engagement with and trust in the Aristotle and Aspasia personae. Personally, I find them highly engaging, especially when they debate. I wish half my professors had been so entertaining. Peace be with you, Samina. Alright, guess like it's time for battle, huh?
All of this lost. The ancients' greatest gift to us.
Greatest? How about the fact we exist at all?
To abide in ignorance is a curse, Aloy. You of all people should know that.
They're so surprised.
She's disappeared.
They gave me another one! Yay! Come on. Come on down. Well, he's not going to be easy to get. I can't climb ladders with this thing.
That's the last of them. Along once more.
What should have been a cave of wonders.
Alright, so these are all the data archives. 2 Deathbringers now. I was conserving my ammo with that first one.
No room.
Jeez, so many health potions. Okay. How did they even get down here? Medicine pouch full. All right, so I can climb the ladder to the central column. Let's explore the outskirts first. See what we can find before we head up there. $400 zettabytes, huh? Alright, just leads to a big broken door. Oh, so that's the way we need to go. Let's go up here first.
Dr. Sobek, please archive this testimonial in Apollo. Cross-reference to all mentions of my name and Operation Enduring Victory. My name is General Aaron Harris. From 2060 to 2066, I served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranked officer of the United States Armed Forces. The tenure of my command included strategic planning and oversight of Operation Enduring Victory, a falsehood perpetrated on the civilian populations of the United States and other nations during the last 14 months of life on this planet. Before the Pharaoh Plague, I did my job and did it well. I was bold and decisive, crafty in political maneuvers. It wasn't an accident that I rose to my position and became the commander of the largest mechanized force ever assembled.
Not short of ego, this guy.
My only lasting achievement was the extinction of life on Earth. And my one redeeming act, if any, was to delay that extinction by days or weeks, by throwing more death at it. It is my hope that there will be no need for men like me in the world to come. If you are one of the people of that future world listening to this message, please know that I am sorry and that I wish you well. Sincerely, Aaron Harris.
Not everyone regrets the choices of their past. This man does. All right. I have a feeling I missed something. All right, let's bring my Deathbringer here.
Luck's with me.
Because who knows if I'll need it. Probably will. Oh, and I'm not gonna bring it. I can't bring it with me because I gotta go up this. Oh no. They're not gonna let me bring it with me. Dang it. Yeah, there's no other way up there. Right. All right, I am out of coffee, and I need a quick bio break. I've got an hour and a over an hour left in the broadcast, so we've still got a lot more to do. Let me get some more coffee, and I'll be right back. The chair will keep you company. Thank you for your patience. Hope the chair wasn't misbehaving. You can get ornery at times. Pedestrian says, I didn't know we were watching an idle animation showcase. Well, that's what happens when I've got to take a bio break. It's the coffee, a pint of coffee. It just does things to your body. Things not suitable for broadcast.
Welcome to Hades, Zero Dawn's extinction failsafe protocol, the ultimate killer app. Now, I know what you're thinking. The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? That's a tall order. Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time.
Really?
I mean, imagine you're Gaia 200 years from now and this new biosphere growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing, coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos. Spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do? Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. What you're gonna do, Gaia, is step aside while Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do, which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia can start over.
Oh, God.
Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocate it. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one, blank slate.
Oh, God.
And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial. All for the greater good, of course, but still, kind of metal. So welcome to Hades. Welcome to the void.
Oh, God.
Okay, so if that's the original purpose of Hades, why does it want me extinct?
We need more data.
And how does it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh Titan, getting worshipped by the Eclipse like some kind of god?
I'm learning as you are, Aloy. Keep searching.
Because it became self-aware. It was programmed to kill. And incidentally, the same scientists and programmers who created Hades are the same guys who describe it by saying, kind of metal, man. That's terrifying. Zane the Insane says, did you see that switch-off symbol above the door, Ox? It's the symbol Pavel mentioned earlier. Sorry, you guys are more observant than me. I've been focusing on holotapes and loot and all of that. I haven't been paying attention to the symbols. Douglas Delegard says, oh, what cherished moments. Such a charitable fellow. Thank you, Douglas. We'll just pull those out every time. Every time I gotta take a break. Whatever Tube says, Ox, I'm at the restaurant, but I'll be able to watch later. Loved Wasteland 3. Will you be doing Fallout Tactics? Please, please, please. Maybe. Something I'm hoping to work on soon. Noise complaints from Travis Tate to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject, noise complaints. Color me confounded, Lizzie. Bashcore? Anyone who says the old TT codes to Bashcore is straight up lying, and you know it. Old Trav don't have no truck with commercialized razzle-dazz. Nuh-uh. Heck, I'd rather guzzle a liter of Satyrium runoff than listen to Grey Swarm for 30 seconds, hand to God and swear on my mama's grave, and she was religious. Nah, that ain't Bashcore blasting the Hades lab, shaking the walls, rattling folks' teeth. It's death metal, girl. Classical music. 80s and 90s mostly. Got me some Dutch deathcore, some Japanese gore grind, some Swedish cannibal-themed stuff too. Stop by if you want to listen, or heck, just come within 50 meters of the lab. Ain't no bashcore, you'll see, or hear, rather, in the screech that rends the air, and feel in the throbbing pulse of the floor and walls and ceiling, swallowing you up like it was Jonah trapped in the gullet of a gothic death fish. Hallelujah! As for those requests to turn it down, no can do, Lizzie. This is how I code. Turn down my death metal? Might as well give up stimulants, chocolate malts, and industrial accident vids. Last I heard, we was supposed to be coding Hades down here. Am I really supposed to code an extinction protocol without death metal to inspire me? Nah, I don't think so. Stay cool. Trav. Hades was created by a guy listening to Swedish cannibal deathcore music. I love it. Oh. I hope that's not why Hades became sentient. He got tired of the music or inspired by it. Hades Protocol. Tate here. Just popped 3 blues, but I earned it. Finally figured out a Goldilocks solution to Gaia's rather extreme executive authority. If that ain't worth 10 to 12 hours of dream time, what is? Before this, every usurpation protocol I designed failed in simulation because it was either too hard or too soft. Too hard, and it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative fingers off the figurative driving wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her fingers, sometimes her arms too, so that couldn't fly. Everything depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades has done his business. So had to find a solution that didn't leave Gaia any worse for the wear. Too soft, and Gaia only pretends to relinquish control. In simulation after simulation, Hades would take command of the terraforming system and reverse operations only to have Gaia lurk in the background, quietly reversing processes and falsifying telemetry to hide its interference. Sneaky! I swear, ain't nothing Gaia wouldn't do to keep life going, even when it's just simulated plant life. Turns out the just right solution is to isolate Gaia in a protective code shell, preserving its integrity, then unseat it from command position so Hades can slip into the figurative captain's chair and work its magic. Those blues are coming on strong now, so I'm not really describing it so clear, but pretty sure it'll work. Yeah, those blues are plenty strongs. Guess it's time to sleep in bed. I'll back it tomorrow, alligators. Okay, so with Hades in control, Gaia is still there and still the most powerful AI, but she's been cordoned off in a protective code shell. But if released from that shell, she can override Hades. That's good to know. Pavel says, cycle of creation and destruction based on trial error in hands of AI. That I call more terrifying than the bombs. Remember, I also find that to be rather terrifying. Archive abuse from Samina Ebaji to Travis Tate, CC Elizabeth Sobek. Subject archive abuse. Mr. Tate, this mail concerns Apollo archive submission number blah blah blah, your 666th submission in just 5 days. And oh, what a doozy. Despite earlier warnings regarding inappropriate materials, you chose to submit 265 holographic remasters of acknowledged classics of extreme exploitation cinema. What? Allow me then to thank you on 2 counts. 1, for giving me the pleasure of rejecting your submission, thereby consigning your favorite Eastern European torture flicks and their ilk to the dust heap of oblivion. It truly warms my heart to know that I have saved future humanity from the ordeal of experiencing not just 1, but all 16, ! Installments of Making a Millipede. Don't worry, the Pasolini material has already been preserved. Extreme, perhaps, but art. Is this anything like that Human Centipede movie that I heard about? Number 2, for clarifying a concept that has so long been ambiguous and ethically fraught for archivists such as myself, the definition of obscenity. You have freed me from the subjective quagmire embodied in Judge Potter's famous utterance, "I know it when I see it." Thanks to you, I can now apply a single objective criterion. If Travis Tate submitted it, it's obscene. Accordingly, I have directed Apollo staffs to summarily reject all of your future submissions sight unseen. Perhaps you might invest the time you would have spent preparing further submissions on, oh, I don't know, your assigned work? We have a world to save after all, or the rest of us do, anyway, Dr. Samina Ebaji. So instead of working on Hades, he spent a lot of time trying to save a bunch of film about, like, murdering people and cannibalism and creating human millipedes. Wow. Metal, man. Metal. Philip G says, I think the programmer for Hades also left a digital version of Terminator on a database. Ergo, it wanted to become Skynet. Maybe that's the explanation. We'll find out.
Looks like the only way onwards.
Ooh, what have we here?
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia's subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the Alpha in charge of this program. Now let one thing be perfectly clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Rally Accords.
Clone!
Now that may seem a quaint, even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances. But, as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me. The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. No. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection of servitors to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem. To say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts, let us begin.
Well, that wasn't a German stereotype at all, was it? Very matter of fact, very precise, lots of attention to detail. I love it. Hello. FZ Chambers. From Patrick Brocard-Klein to Elizabeth Sobek, subject FZ Chambers. The ectogenic chambers arrived 2 days ago. I've spent the last 36 hours examining them and poring over technical documentation. He spelled pouring wrong in that context. They're a revelation. Astonishing. I don't know what you had to give Far Zenith in trade to get these chambers, but it was worth it. In a single leap, their embryologists have vaulted past 50 years of technological shortcomings. The risks of ECMO resolved. Nutritional delivery resolved. Hormonal stability resolved. 12 other risk areas resolved. Before I examined these chambers, I considered the Odyssey to be a fool's errand. But if the rest of FZ's technology is at the level, well, a human colony around Cirrus doesn't seem so impossible after all. A human colony around Sirius? Oh, that's the Odyssey, right? That was the Odyssey, the failed Odyssey project. Mass fabrication. Where's that part of Hero? No, were they preserving? No, they were preserving it underground. No, underground is where they were putting the scientists after they completed Zero Dawn. Okay. Mass fabrication of the chambers will present a number of challenges, but I'm confident they can be resolved. I'm going to rest for a few hours, then get back to it. Expect a fabrication plan within 48 hours. PBK. Oh, the more I learn, the more I want to learn. Look, these must be the chambers he's talking about. Preserving biological data. I like this guy. Cradle sealed from Patrick Brocard Klein to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject, cradle sealed. Eleuthia 1 was successfully sealed before the swarm advancing across Xinjiang province could detect it. Ping back from crucial systems is good. For our maiden voyage, a success. Regards my disputes with the betas over zygote selection. Of course, I understand we have limited overhead to run simulations of gene flow in our future humans, but we can all agree there is margin for refinement in future cradle populations. Donk. In addition to personally overseeing completion of the Eleutha O2 site inside Mount Namuli, I will formulate and propose a modified zygote selection plan within a week. Okay, so Eleutha 1 was sealed somewhere in China. Eleutha 2 is inside Mount Namuli. Is that in Africa? I don't know where Mount Namuli is. Cradle Servitors Personae, from Patrick Brocard Klein to Elizabeth Sobek, subject Cradle Servitor Personae. Development of the artificial personae for Cradle Servitors, nurturer, disciplinarian, healer, continues at a good pace. We are targeting Turing Point 4 for these constructs. This should allow low-grade empathy and limited improvisation without undermining adherence to codified behavior sets. The stimulus-driven switching of personae, however, is proving to be a greater software challenge than anticipated, especially concerning our entrenched feedback loops between the disciplinarian and healer personae. I have also attached the reports from an incident where a servitor running the mother personae intervened on a disciplinarian servitor's behavior. A parental argument, if you will, amusing on first glance perhaps, but deeply concerning. I have attached a comprehensive plan for correcting these interactive protocol shortcomings in just data corrupted. So, servitor personae that were used to what? Nurture children?
Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
All Mother Mountain.
Yep.
It was one of them?
And you were one
There's
of those.
only one way to be sure.
And she's
The
one of the
hatch
spawn.
wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted Alpha Registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
Okay, so she's getting the picture now. She realizes that she's probably one of the clones created by this cradle. no. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna try to pay attention to symbols. What's this? It looks like a fruit or an antenna. A tree, maybe?
Pure logic won't cut it, Ted. To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
Your mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while she's still in the cradle.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Farrow's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
Gaia agreeing with Ted was the proof that Elizabeth wanted to prove that Gaia could be trusted, but in so doing, she proved that Ted was right.
Looks like it used to hold something. Some component that got removed.
Has someone been here before us? Well, I guess we know that. The Eclipse were here. We killed them.
Us would benefit from antilopinae morphologies, though caprid forms show superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek, as I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I've gathered extensive data on the quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet,
I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience a grief that is difficult to describe. Am I malfunctioning?
No, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good.
This explains why many of the robotic creatures that we've encountered resemble megafauna that had been extinct long before this latest extinction event. She resurrected them just because she really liked them in the form of these robots. Okay, so what is this machine? This is a fascinating little set piece that we only find here, and yet we can't really interact with it. Where is this piece missing she's talking about? I don't really see the missing component unless there was supposed to be something that sat on top there. Perhaps we are looking at its insides. All right.
You will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final instatement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
When you're back up and running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I realize that circumstances compel us to launch earlier than we hoped, but all subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if if it was all for nothing? Elizabeth, extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future. You really believe that? I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you, all things.
Whoa, how did that end? In you, all things are possible? Did Gaia begin to see Elizabeth as like a mother figure or a godlike figure? That's some, what's that? That looks like a sword. We're gonna go with sword. We made it. Machine core. Odyssey has failed. From Elizabeth Sobek to all Alphas, Odyssey has failed. All some terrible news, I'm afraid. Far Zenith has informed me that the Odyssey mission has failed. Last night, telemetry indicated a catastrophic antimatter containment failure as the drives spun up to depart the solar system. The ship, its crew, its cargo of zygotes and seeds, its alpha build of Apollo, all were lost. Zero Dawn is now the only hope for the continuation of the human species and earthly life. We must succeed. Elizabeth. So they did plan to send some of the life to Sirius, the other star, on the Odyssey, but it exploded. Oh no. Artemis status from Charles Ronson to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject Artemis status. It's coming along, Liz. I'm positive about it, if those words can still mean anything. Had my sleeves rolled up negotiating with frozen zoos for their samples. So many species trapped in ghoulish hologram dioramas. Suspended in what ifs. More than 14,000 that went extinct between 2000 and 2043. We've started mapping out primary succession, selecting the pioneer organisms for a balanced and sustainable biosphere, microorganisms and insects, rabbits and hawks, foxes and wolves, thousands more that will have to wait their turn until our new generation can be entrusted with the duty of restoring them. So they can return to a world that this time will understand the concept of conservation before it's too late. There's already been too many too lates. We lost a whole collection team during the swarm breakthrough in Myanmar. The samples we lost were, well, irreplaceable. But thanks to you, Liz, the circle of life will bend, not break. The Earth was a lifeless rock before, and someday it will be again. But not now. Not like this. Not on our watch. Ronson. I want to know what interfered with this, because we only find a few living creatures. Boars, rabbits, fish, foxes, a few things like that. All other animal life is of robotic nature. So, if they did intend to bring back all animal life, why didn't it work?
The Alpha Registry master file.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
With this, I can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Maybe who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive?
Or what?
There will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine. But what kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Eclipse.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable. You're too valuable.
Ah! I'm glad I got that last holotape before triggering this.
Still alive. Good.
Helis.
I have a more suitable death in mind for you, child.
Oh! Achievement unlocked. Discovered the truth.
My entire life, I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Jiran was murdered, even when Meridian fell, I never doubted my destiny. Until you came along. When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind. As sure as the sun rises and falls each day, those I am bade to kill die. And yet I failed. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, this pestering doubt grew. It grew when High Priest Bahavas went missing. And when the true Sun King Itamen was snatched away. It not only grew, but multiplied.
Glad we completed that quest.
I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat. One twist, a simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
See that scar on your cheek? You didn't get to finish.
Yes, I remember. He fought well. For a savage.
His name was Rost, and he was a better man than you could ever hope to be.
The better man is the one who doesn't end up with his guts steaming on the ground. No, it wasn't him. I could have finished you before he attacked. But I didn't. This failing troubled my thoughts, haunted every step. It was only when I captured you, down in that place, that I finally glimpsed the sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Meant to eliminate High Priest Bahavas. Meant to snatch Itamen away. Conversely, I was meant to capture you.
I get it, fate.
Here. So that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
You're an idiot. A dangerous idiot, but an idiot. All this talk of destiny and fate. I'm sure Hades speaks the same language, doesn't he? You're being played for a fool. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Karja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian. It wants to kill everything and everyone. And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow. All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun, dark to light.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds? You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
I'll remember those words as I watch your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it. You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt. And with certainty of belief comes unstoppable force.
Then open this cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
The circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place. Exactly where it belongs. The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal. Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you. After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land. I ordered every Nora killed. I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
Why butcher dozens of innocents for no gain? It's a waste of effort.
You're right. I won't even be there to enjoy it. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to. Thanks to your destruction of the network, communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus. Such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile.
Ah!
So you see, this time, I did not hesitate.
Silence!
The knife has already been twisted.
Faithful, rejoice! Our years in shadow are over. A new dawn trembles on the horizon. A new day soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, light to dark, night to day. Behold! Hold your seats! Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes? How else could shadows such as these prowl in broad light of day? Were they not approved by the sun and joined to our cause? Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Tyrann ordered many faithless, crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the radiance in the eye of the sun, but it is mightier still, infused with the power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die!
Okay.
Let her be the first of thousands!
Where are my weapons? Ah!
They'll never be back.
Where's my override stick? I've got to find it. Can I override these guys? Zane the Insane says, Ox, pay attention to his and his men's capes and chests, the switch off symbol. Since you left the facility ahead, I'm free to tell you that it's Hades. Okay, so the symbol of Hades is the switch off symbol, which makes sense because it reboots everything Gaia did.
My weapons are up on the platform. There's no way out of this ring. Maybe I could use its strength against it.
All right, where are my weapons?
That did it. One more pillar and that platform will come down. And my weapon's ripped. Ugh. I wasn't about to take a behemoth's charge either. Gotta get out of the way. It's down.
There it is. Clever, Aloy. And in the cloud of dust, she emerges, armed and ready. Oh, great, now I've got to do something.
Hey! Guess who got her weapons back? Now you're just a big, dumb target. Come and get it!
Try that again. I should probably heal up first. And using those tear things didn't seem to work very well.
Hey! Guess who got her weapons back? Now you're just a big, dumb target. Come and get it!
Those components on the sides of its head. They've got something to do with his lift attacks. Maybe those carcasses have parts I can use.
Okay, now it wants to work. Oh, come on! What is that, a homing rock?
looks important. Freeze canister on its hip. Cryo area should set it off.
Got it! How's that for destiny?
Silence! Shadows, kill her! Kill her!
Why leave it to them? Come get me yourself!
What's this? Silence? Hey! It's Silence! Come to save the day! Silence? He knows him. He knows Silence. He called him a traitor. But then again, Silence told us that he at one time did work with the Eclipse.
So you're here. Really here. You risked your life.
Of course I did. If you'd been killed, the Nora's sacred mountain would never have given up its secrets.
Too bad you wasted your time then. Helis destroyed my focus.
He downloaded it.
And the Alpha Registry with it.
He was there.
Not at all. The whole time I've been monitoring your focus, I've duplicated every data file you scanned. Installing that data to a new focus was trivially easy. Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man.
You're really good at making it impossible to like you, Silence. But I guess I need this.
It's time to see where you were born. Maybe you'll even learn why.
Yeah. Meet the machine that birthed me into this world. Isn't that how you put it?
I'll be off.
Wait.
Yes?
Helis recognized you back in the Sun Ring. You told me that you'd assisted the Eclipse. Not that you knew the man who killed my... who almost killed me.
So now you know. The man is a serious threat. So let's do all we can to make sure that he and Hades don't succeed.
Right. How did you track my location when I wasn't wearing a focus?
Really, Aloy? It doesn't take a genius to surmise that Helis would throw you into the Sun Ring at high noon. I wore out 2 striders getting here in time, but I did. Now be on your way.
Since when can you override machines?
Ever since you discovered the technique. I had to destroy a corruptor to obtain the necessary parts, of course. But your example showed me how to do that as well. Yet another benefit of monitoring your activities through your focus. Truth be told, the underlying logic of the technique isn't so different from rites practiced by Banuk shamans, though of course, far more advanced.
Great. You're welcome, I guess. I'll be on my way. To make matters worse, Helis ordered an Eclipse detachment to attack the Nora sacred land. The tribe's already weak. They won't stand a chance. You should come with me.
Well, absolutely not. I have preparations to make elsewhere.
What kind of... Why do I bother asking? You're not gonna tell me.
When the time is right, I'll be in touch. I'll contact you later. In the meantime, should you need to return to Shadow Karja territory, I brought armor to conceal your identity.
You think of everything, don't you?
One of us has to. Aloy, when you were recovering the Alpha Registry down in the Zero Dawn bunker, I was needlessly cruel. For your sake, I hope there is someone waiting there for you inside the mountain. Not a what, but a who. Yeah!
Well... we already know that it's likely not a who. Obtained Shadow... Alright, so we got a new outfit. Shadow Stalwart Light. This Kestrel armor will make for a good disguise and steals its wearer against blinding effects. Highly customizable. Okay, so we'll use that if we ever have to go back to Karja territory. I only have 15 minutes left. I got all the tallnecks. I got all the corruptor zones. I haven't finished any of the tutorials. I got all the bandit camps. I have a few more errands. They're all lower level than me. And a few more side quests, including Ancient Armory. I didn't find a power cell in that bunker. Well, I want to get a few more of these collectibles since we're in the area while we can. Let's start with this vantage. Now, to find a way up there. As much as I like these mounts, it's just easier to maneuver on foot. Don Creep says, evening Ox, hope all is well, my friend. Mr. Present says, you are aware that this is the voice of Tuvok.
Here, I can look into the past with my focus.
Is it Tuvok? Is that Tuvok? I didn't know that was Tuvok. I recognized him from Quantum Break.
Day 12. As we watched the booster arc up into the night sky, riding a pillar of flame, you took my hand, squeezed it, and said, "You have written the story of our family across the stars."
Gwendolyn says, stay clear of Nora Land. You don't have time to start that process. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't. So we're going to get all of these secrets while we can. Text. Hi, Ma. Last stop. After this, I'll have said everything I need to. It was just a routine launch, but for us it might as well have been Apollo 11. It was my first payload, a seeker/extractor with an upgraded propulsion system I designed. The vehicle was destined for M89282, an asteroid rich in ruthenium and tungsten, a metallurgic claim, as it happened, a family event through and through. So there we stood in the open air as night fell and the stars came up. And of course, I was thinking of that night years before when we watched the Perseids together and talked and dreamed of this very moment. You were thinking of it too, because when the booster launched, as it rose into the sky on its jet of flame, you took my hand and said, "You have written the story of our family across the stars." Even then I knew it wasn't true. The vehicle was headed for a rock, not a star. It was a routine launch, not some voyage of discovery. But my heart was too full to quibble. I just smiled and squeezed your hand back. It was the finest moment of my life. You and me, Ma. Onward and upwards. The start of great things. But after you died and I broke down, the meaning of that night changed. Everything that had seemed wonderful seemed to turn rotten and false. It seemed false because it was false. I'd never written anything across the stars. Sure, I'd hoped to work on a project like that, a deep space probe or a colony ship, but it never happened. And now that my career was over, it never would. And then, when I found out about the plague, the memory haunted me even worse. Because it wasn't just me who failed to write a story across the stars, you see. It was all of us, our entire species. All our innovation, all our tech, all our striving, and it came to zero. I've been looking up at the stars a lot, Ma, and the only story I see written across them is that we are small and insignificant and will soon disappear with hardly a trace left behind. It's a hard story, and I don't much like it, so I guess maybe what I've been trying to do these past 12 days is tell a different story. Not a big story written across the stars, but a tiny one, written across the humble earth of the only world we ever got to know. I have no reason to think that anyone or anything will survive to ever read it. But whether that happens or not, the truth of the story remains that once upon a time, on a planet called Earth, there lived a boy named Bashar who loved his mother very, very much. Goodbye, Mom. I love you. Bashar Mahdi, son of Amal and Behaz Mahdi, stepson of Wyatt Mahate, 24th of November, 2064. But even though that's only the third of set 2, we've got 2 more to get.
Sandstorm scrapes like stones. Time to put this disguise to use if I'm going in.
But I'm not going in, I'm just collecting loot. Gotta refill my my herb bag after all of that.
Getting close to the kestrels. Better use that disguise.
It's gonna warn me every time I get close, isn't it? It's probably for the best, otherwise I would forget. Okay, so we got that vantage point. There's a metal flower up north. Let's go get it. Oh, and of course there are birds up there. Mountains.
Not built for mountain climbing, huh?
My thoughts exactly.
Ready or not.
Well, what have we got today? Metal Flower Mark IID. By its own nature, it towers above the tangle of rivers. Don't say it's a lot of dirt piled high. Without end, the mist of dawn, the evening cloud draws their shadows across it. From the four directions, you can look up and see it, green and steep and wild. 4 more flowers, 2 more vantages, 1 more Banuk figurine. There's the Banuk figurine. There's 1 more metal flower. And there's one of the last vantages. Didn't I get all of the corruptor zones? I guess not. Well, let's go get the Banuk figurine.
If I have to come here, I'm better off wearing my disguise. Easier when I was a kid.
Come on. There we go. Whoa! Okay. Up there. Gosh, this one's really tricky. Oh, no! Let's try that again. How many times have I died today? And how many times have it been because I've leapt to my death as some sort of suicidal lemming? Seems to be what I'm good at. Let's try this again. Oh, there's a lower portion down here where I could have started. Ah. That's the start. Okay. Try this again. Gee! No! Why am I so bad at that? It does most of the work for me. I gotta just remember that I don't have to.
Getting close to the kestrels. Better use that disguise.
Oh, I don't have to keep pushing buttons. I just gotta move on to it once. Alright, let's try this again. I should be ending the program. I'm over time, but I want to get that Banuk figurine. And it looks like there are a number of ways to get there. Okay. Back here. Nope. Okay. That makes it easier. And there it is.
Another Banuk figurine.
Tek-Tuk. Falsely accused, exiled, starving, and cold, I faltered. This, I confess. As the death chills overcame me, I lost will and purpose and felt the bottomless callousness of fate. But then, a vision. I saw in my mind's eye an endless white plain with only a single figure waiting. It was you, and I knew in death, if not in life, I would see you again. When the chills faded, I rose with new hope. I painted my mark here for you, in anticipation of our meeting, and leaving you this offering, though it will never touch the warmth of your hands. Gwendolyn says, "Hey Ox, when do you plan on heading far north to do the Frozen Wilds DLC? Also, don't jump after getting on the ropes." Yes, thank you. I did figure that out in the end. I'm probably going to do the Frozen Wilds after I finish the primary plot. Okay, I need to get to... Yep. There we go. With that, ladies and gents, I'm going to end the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining me for part, what is it, 13 of Horizon Zero Dawn. Quite a lore dump. We learned a lot about the universe, and some of our questions have finally been answered. But one major question still remains. Who or what gave birth to Aloy, and why? We need to head to Nora territory to figure that out, which is what I'm going to save for my next episode. Now, Cyberpunk 2077 comes out next week, and it comes out on a Wednesday, but I think on that Wednesday it comes out after I typically do a broadcast. So I might do another episode of Horizon Zero Dawn while we wait for Cyberpunk 2077 to become available, and then later that same day I may do another episode. That's kind of where my thinking is right now. As I solidify that, I'll let you know. So follow me on Twitter for all updates regarding to my stream schedule. For this week, we've got Scotch and Smoke Rings tomorrow with more Resident Evil 2 later that evening. Then Friday, The Witcher 3 and a lore video for the weekend. Thanks so much for joining. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, and I'll see you again very soon with more lore videos and more live streams. Bye-bye now. Have a good one.